Who's ready for some shrines? Also, I had an idea last night. Check it out, check it out. I don't have the battery to make it work yet. But this is some speed right here. Look at how fast that is. Look at that. Yeah, no, I haven't actually had a chance to watch it, Dakota, and I don't think I want to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not as efficient, but much faster. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Make absolutely sure I saved it, which I'm pretty sure I did. Yep. Okay. So I've got the efficient one, and then I've got the super fast, and the car, and the hauler, and the flyer. Anyways, I just wanted to show that off super briefly. So I want to tell you a story. So there I was, duping. Let me start by giving you the end of the story. I succeeded. Now, so what was happening last night was I was having a weird bit of jitters, and I didn't even know how to explain it. Like, I was just having nerves. That's why I kept accidentally clenching my hands, which is why I kept accidentally hitting L, which kept screwing up the glitch, right? So that was irritating and frustrating. So I went away, I had dinner, and, did some dishes, and just had a chance to degauze for a minute. And I came back up here, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And so I set up the glitch, and I did the glitch, and failed. And I'm like, ugh. And my niece came downstairs, and I was like, what's going on? I was like, well, I'm trying to do this glitch. So she's like, how do you do it? So I started explaining to her the specifics of how the glitch is happening. And I don't know, something about explaining it to her and having the audience actually helped me to calm down a bit. And I succeeded. So I'm like, hey, cool. So I started duping it out, and I got all kinds of wonderful dupe stuff. And I get a lot of stuff duped. I get pretty much everything I want duped. As you can evidence by the fact that somewhere on this screen is the stuff that I wanted to show you. Oh, God, where is it? I don't know actually where... Oh, there it is. There, boom. So we're done with large zonite. Yay! So that's awesome. I'm very, very happy about that. And then just for fun, I duped a bunch of other things just because she wanted to see. So, like, for example, if you do fish, they just flop there lifelessly. But if you do frogs, they all just immediately start fleeing for their lives, which she found wildly funny. And then I did, like, crickets and birds. I wanted to do fairies, but I actually don't have any fairies right now. So I couldn't do that one. But I was just screwing around, having fun with her and showing off kind of stuff. It was fun. I was able to dupe the Beatles. So that's cool. Then, I'm sitting here, and I accidentally dupe... Well, I say accidentally. I duped bombs by her request. Some of you may or may not know that when you dupe, what it does is it spawns them out. And because of how physics work, it can shove them out. And did you know bombs go off if they take damage? And did you know that enough physical movement causes a bomb to take damage? So as the bombs all go off in my face. Now, I don't die. Thank God. But I have 2 health left. And I'm like, okay, I need to exit dupe state so I can get back to regular play. So I'm standing here, like, getting prepared to do that. And I can't actually heal because I'm in dupe state. So I'm trying to get back into loot state so I can clean it up so I can get back out of dupe state. And as I'm doing that, everything starts to go red, and I hear this weird reverse music play. And the camera angle is almost exactly where it is right here, and I just see this decayed, mummified hand start reaching out from essentially behind the camera towards my character. And I realize that I'm screwed because I haven't saved. And I'm like, oh my God. And I actually legitimately panic for a second as I'm trying to figure out how to deal with this. Because here's the deal. Oh, sure, I could just teleport away. But if I teleport away without leaving dupe state, with all that excess memory in place, I'm not sure what's going to happen to the save. So I have to teleport away because it's that or die. And if I die, I am losing all my progress. And I just spent like half an hour duping items with my niece. So I'm like, okay, I have to teleport away. So I teleport away, and I landed. Sure enough, I can't pull out my sword. I can't pull out my shield. I can't use an item. I can't use the wheel. And I'm like, and that's correct because I haven't left dupe state. But because I have now left the culling line, which is this wall right here, I don't have the ability to now leave dupe state. So I sit there staring at the screen for like a solid 30 seconds, debating if I should save. because the option there was to save and hope for the best. Because if I save and then refresh all the memory, as in bounce the whole server or software, and then pull it up and it's still in dupe state, I'm screwed because I'm not sure I can pull out of that. So I may permanently bork my save or lose about 30 minutes of thing. And yeah, this is when my niece is like, why don't they, in like an angry tone of voice, my adorable, wonderful niece says, why don't they let you save in multiple slots? Thank you, adorable niece, for the very obvious question. Now, what ended up happening was I decided to go ahead and provoke an autosave. So I teleported around until I got an autosave provoked, and then bounced the game, loaded the autosave, and it was fine. It was fine. I was freaking out for nothing. Yeah, teleporting autosaves, cool. But like, God, there was just this moment of... I mean, Zelda 1 had 3 save slots, Ross. Zelda 1. In 86 or whatever that was. Half my audience wasn't born yet and they had 3 save slots. God damn it. There is no excuse. No excuse, Jiggly Saint. No excuse. We have greater capacity to have saves than we have ever had before. The Switch itself uses an SD card for this kind of thing. Let us have multiple save slots. Thank you, Techno's World, very, very much for the subs. Always appreciate you very much, Lee. Thank you so much. If you give me a minute, I will go ahead and jot that down. For... I don't have the document up. There we go. For some stuff. Let's see. I mean, it kind of is literally Pokemon's fault. I will put that towards the objectively correct choice. And dealer's choice. Thank you again. Anyway, so I did it. Yay. That's the summary of the story. But God, there was just a moment of... I also roamed around and did a couple of other things. Only a couple. But the big thing I wanted to show off... Where are they? Always staring right at them. Did I pass them? Oh, they're there. There you go. 30-bladed beetles. Yay! That was a thing. That's all I'm going to say. All right, so... Let's go... over here. Well, based on the fact that I decided to dupe the zone out, I've decided to go ahead and add 22. We've successfully duped the Zonite. That was the big one. Possibly unnecessary, as many people have pointed out in the VODs. But still something I would have done, if I'm being honest with you. So. I thought about duping regular Zonite. But then I realized that I actually don't want to. Like, again, the goal is to do the time-saving dupes. Not the cheat dupes. Yeah, exactly, Blitwell. But speaking of which, I did kill a white Lino without taking any damage. Who's ready to get sexually harassed?
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. Not that I have dragon parts yet to do.
Huh?
Also, not to complain, but even this is 1,500 rupees on top of everything else. Again, the rupee economy in this game is just weird.
Mm. Mm. Huh?
Not anymore, Shadow Machine. Or conversely, she has just made us all adults.
Oh.
Yeah, the only thing I'm honestly worried about is the Gleox, and I haven't even tried those yet. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, you can skip, like, the animation, but not the in-between, so you can skip about half the cutscene.
Huh? Huh?
This is called seconds and minutes.
Oh.
Right, I should be right with that. I'll probably get a couple of phone calls today, just as a heads up.
Huh?
Looks like I need more eyeballs to upgrade that suit. That's interesting. Oh, I've never actually heard that joke. Sorry, Shadow Machine. I was going with the traditional approach. The boring approach. Listen, if there's one thing I play Zelda games for, it's to have my time wasted.
Huh? Huh? Oh. Huh?
I think that's it for the moment. I mean, I guess I could do this while I'm here. Literally, why not? Yeah, 6 years and nobody fixed this. What's really sad is I imagine nobody even thought to fix this.
Huh?
It never even occurred to them.
Huh?
This is just the making sure you're not watching this around your parents' stream. That's all this is.
Oh. Huh?
Or at work, yeah. What's really funny is you're like, no, look, I'm not watching porn, look. And then you show them the screen, and it's like, are you sure? Yes, I swear.
Huh? Oh. Huh?
They knew, Bionic Punk. They always knew. Yeah, I'm just buying the bathwater. Gross. Ugh. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, A2 Basemaster. Thank you very much for the sub, as always. I'm doing as well as I can be. Actually, no. I mean, it's the same type, but it's a different shield. The old shield is long since broken. My niece insisted I ride a rail cart earlier, and so I showed her how to do that, and she was like, oh, that's so cool. Dragon Age 4, Fire Emblem, 3 Houses, and Triangle Strategy. Done. Thank you. Okay. I meant to do this as well. I think it's this one. Yeah, you like my sword? I heard you like swords. A sword. Oh, there we go. Just get rid of that. Yeah, no, Ross. It was a double purple for a reason. Yeah, everything's fine. Pillars of Snow. Kill me! Kill me, Pillars of Snow. Oh, sorry. What was I doing? Right. So I wanted to test something, because there's not been a blood moon. I want to see something really quick. Listen, I'm not going to have my sword spear, my spear sword, or my spear spear. Maybe. Ah! It has refilled without having a blood moon. So that means it refills regardless of the blood moon. That's interesting. I wonder what the timer is on these things refilling. Yeah, there's an interesting moment there where she threatens to kill him. Let's state that how it is. Let's be clear about what was happening there. And she catches herself on that. And pretty much immediately turns around, says, of course I'm not going to do that. And I apologize for saying that. That was a nice moment and a necessary one. Hey, Spartan. Time to kill Spartan. First thing we do, show up with a bunch of flood. Second thing we do, win. Third thing we do, lose. Okay. Now, let's be boring. So we'll do clockwise, and we'll start at midnight. So let's just go up here. Or actually, let's go here. I'm sure there's other forges down below. I just haven't found them yet. Listen, there's no grind in this game, Spartan. Clearly. Although I have seen comments pushing back against the grind by basically saying if you just roamed and did the depths for days on end, then there would be no grind. And I feel like those people have a point. I don't want to sound like they don't. But that's more or less exactly what I was trying to avoid. A little bit of both, Frieza. I like to be set up for all the stuff I want to do from this point onwards. And I kind of want to just be able to enjoy it, you know? Thanks, Raru. Thanks. Appreciate that. And yeah, we're gonna be well, true, Trayfin, and I agree with you. Again, I'm not dismissing. I have not given. I think some of my commenters seem to think I have given negatives that I haven't, and I understand that because I've complained about these elements of the gameplay. But just because I'm complaining about something doesn't mean I give a negative to it. I can distinguish between preference and bad game design. However, I would rather eat rusty nails than just roam around in this game for the next 7 weeks. Like, we keep joking about this being the forever game, but to be completely honest, if not for the duping that I've done, twice now, I have done 2 instances of it, there's a pretty good chance we would just be stuck here for literal weeks. Days, like, it has to be emphasized how much time it takes just roaming the world and exploring, especially without any of the tools to speed that up, which is one of the biggest things I wanted. I still, as of this moment, do not actually have the tools to speed up exploration. I'm working on that. I have the baseline of those tools ready to go. But we're not actually there yet. Hell, I'm gonna specifically want to upgrade my charges before I hit the sky. And I do want to spend some time in the sky, but I kind of want my freaking airship before I do so. Alright, he lost his head. How long is it going to take him? A couple hours to bleed out. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Play to fall. Thank you, Jaludo, very much, as always. I'll put that towards the Resident Evil block, BRPG block, and the NES block. Okay. Speaking of really minor complaints that I'm not giving a negative for, when you do the auto build, obviously it grabs nearby objects that happen to be in the world and then use them, and that's cool. But it would be kind of cool if there was either an option or it just worked this way, where it would also grab from your stored devices. In other words, if you could auto build and it would just be like, oh, you've got 2 of these, so blunk, blunk, blunk. And it pulled from here rather than from your supply of Zonite. And only if you have nothing does it supply it with Zonite. That would have been a cool quality of life feature. And yes, I know, you can just manually plop them out and put them on the ground, but again, that's why it's a quality of life feature. Okay. Time to attack with my sword. Actually, while we're here... Yeah, we gotta have the gotcha, okay? I don't know why, just trust me. People are gonna love it. They're gonna get a chance to get something they want instead of getting what they want, and it's gonna be great. I know that I'm just not wired to enjoy gambling. Like, I'm not. Chemically, I'm not. But I do not understand why some people prefer a chance of getting the thing they want rather than getting the thing they want. I know that's a thing. It's a real thing. It's a real phenomenon. It really exists. Yeah, exactly, R-Spruce. 1 extra button push. Ooh, done. Woohoo, Spartan. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I have family who live in Vegas who regularly go gambling. In fact, I'm pretty sure my mother will be gambling today because she's currently visiting for like a combined birthday thing. Of course, now it's going to be really disappointing, Spartan. What do you want to bet? Yeah, like I said, I guess I just don't work that way, Jiggly. I understand that it's a thing. I'm not trying to say it isn't. I'm not there. Honestly, thank God for that. Alright, so. Sure, hit me, Ross. No, you know what? No, you cannot propose a positive. How dare you? There's nothing but negatives here. This is a negatives-only stream, sir. Thank you. Good day. What? Yeah, we need about 50 more negatives. Maybe 70 more negatives. That is a nice feature, Ross. But if I'm being 100% honest with you, that feels more like the absence of a negative. Because I know that was one of the 19 negatives for the durability problem. I agree with you, though. Like, it's actually funny. There's still 50 negatives here, but a lot of negatives have been removed from Breath. Like, a lot. I was actually going through the list earlier this morning, and yeah, a lot of things that were 3 negatives or 2 negatives are now 2 or 1, for example. Because it's just better, because they just did a better job with it. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that, Cyclone. That probably shouldn't work that way, based on how physics simulators work, but what the hell do I know? I do admit, my sister makes fun of me, because she says I have a loop. Some of you know what this means immediately. It's the idea that if you do something and accomplish something, then you're like, yes, I accomplished something. And that gives you motivation to then accomplish something else, right? A loop. And I have that. My sister does not have that. And so she gets mad at me when I'm like, yeah, I got this and this and that done. She's like, ah. Yeah, Breath had 77 gameplay negatives. Yep. What's funny, too, is I'm not sure we'll have any other major negatives from this point onwards, gameplay-wise. However, I do have to point out we have not touched on the durability problem yet. Bird suggestion. I forget who suggested that, but we're probably not going to really touch on that until we're much further into the game. We might get story negatives. That's how that works. But gameplay negatives, we've covered most of the big ones. Except for the durability negatives. We're currently at 84 broken weapons. I think we will surpass Breath's number of broken weapons. Well, I had to sneak into town. Even though it was a dead town, the secret shop was still there. And I was able to... I was able to sneak in through the waterway and then buy it. ₹3,000 or something like that. As usual, way too expensive. These arrows are still valuable enough that I'm still grabbing them. What do you want from me? Let's switch to a more useless bow, I guess. Yeah, I forget when they made Ferris a non-full deal. I think it was LTTP. It was a while ago. No, I'm still too wide. Were they an ocarina? Because they weren't in LTTP. Did you? Either way, I agree with you, regardless of when that became a thing. No? Well, shoot. Really? I'm actually weirded out this isn't working, to be quite honest with you. God, the spear on my back is ridiculous. I'm not even holding this thing. Okay. It is spinning, right? What? Okay, that time it just suddenly decided to work. And then stop working? I'm very confused. Well, I tried that first, I thought, and that didn't work out, because I don't know. Good morning, Evo. You missed the sexual harassment. It's true, people are very pro-crab. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's fine. It's too wide again. Same problem I had earlier. Catches on the lip. Let's turn this off. Probably the dumbest and simplest puzzle in the world. I'm just spending way too much time on it. Guess it's neuroticism. Well. Almost. I got the idea there. Okay. I'm just gonna Google it. The name of this friggin' place? I have spent too much time here. We're just gonna Google it. Okay, so skip ahead, skip ahead. What? Okay, admittedly, that wasn't even the direction I was thinking in. Hang on. Like I said, wasn't even the direction I was thinking in. Nice. So, pretty much just like the EU was then, Zekdeft. Anyways. The rest of the puzzle. Oh god, wait, no, come back, come back! Alright, what's the goal here? I don't actually remember my reaction to watching Iron Man. I know I didn't watch Iron Man in the theaters. And the reason why was because I was already kind of burnt out on superhero films. The Silver Age of superhero films, I don't want to say they were bad, but they had a specific vibe to them. You know, the early X-Men films, the early Spider-Man films. That's the Silver Age of superhero films. And they're not bad. That's the Bronze Age. They're just, So I wasn't what you'd call enthused, so I didn't seek it out. And then I heard Iron Man 1 was really good, so I was like, okay, well, what's the next one? And I forget what the next one was, but I know there was one specific superhero film I actually refused to see in theaters on principle, and that was Thor. The reason why was because I've read the comics, and Thor was total crap in the comics at that point in time. So, you know, I walked away from that pretty hard. Nolan's stuff, it kind of sits in its own territory. It's not really Silver Age or Golden Age or Bronze Age, it's just the Nolan stuff. Yeah, Golden Age, I can actually point to the exact moment the Golden Age of superhero movies started. It was actually Iron Man 2. I've said this before, I'll say this again. Sometime you should watch Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2 back to back, because the difference is, no pun intended, stark. Well, it works. For certain differences, it's the work. What have I created? I've created a monster. Okay, we're okay. Damn it, Evo. Shush. Said I didn't do it on purpose. I stand by my statement. The vibe, the style, the aesthetic, the direction, everything about Iron Man 2 feels like a whole different thing, you know? That's not a dig. It's just that's when the Golden Age started. That was the actual beginning. No. Of the MCU right there. For better and for worse. Yeah, Iron Man 1 was much more grounded. Much more realistic. I know that's funny, considering the events of Iron Man. Oh, I see what's happening. Why is that still doing that? Stop doing that. Yeah, Iron Man 1 could have stood completely on its own. And indeed, that makes sense, because that's essentially what was intended at the time. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have created a monster. Oh my god, my monster is fighting back. as monsters are wont to do. Okay. What's it dying from if it's not blood loss to Koida? How... I can't believe that's actually working. I cannot believe that's actually working. I am amused and in awe of the fact that that worked. All right, stay there, my Frankenstein of a monster. Uh-oh. It started turning. It started turning. No, no, wait! I wasn't ready. No, wait, stop, let go, stop! Easy peasy. I have truly created a monster. So anyways, that was a thing. Don't worry, we'll have even more power soon. Oh, I should be checking each shrine. After this shrine, remind me to check. Please. Make a shrine. Make a shrine. Did that do nothing? The Discord notification's been pretty good. I just have to manually delete it every time. That's the downside there. To be honest, I didn't even realize that. I mean, considering discoverability on Twitch is terrible, probably a decent amount. I have wondered idly before how large my actual fan base is or should be, like, ideally, if everyone knew I existed who would actually enjoy my content. But obviously there's no real way of knowing that. Just idle thoughts. It's true. Yes, I have 7,342 potential viewers. Per stream, of course. Yeah! I like how that was just such a complete failure. At every level. Wow. I actually had someone comment on Discord today that they don't blame YouTubers for being clickbaity because, you know, that's how you get ahead, and they would do the same thing too. Even if they had nothing, you know, if they had something legitimate to say, it's still clickbait, especially with thumbnails, because that's how you get views. Oh yeah, and that counts, obviously. I kind of blame them. They are feeding into it, making it worse. Like, let's be clear. It's primarily YouTube's fault, and that is something that should be acknowledged. But it's not like the creators are helping. Yeah, exactly, Bionic Punk. I now have a magic rod sword. Why not? So I anticipate this will be a horrible shrine. Let's switch headphones for a second. That's true. Why don't we have magic rod swords in Final Fantasy? Come on, FF, catch up. I mean, one of the biggest and most, like, objective reasons why my show doesn't have a large number of viewers is because I don't do all those things to boost myself in the algorithm. Closest thing I do correctly is I release shorts regularly. That's it. That's as close as I come to feeding into the algorithm. And even those are just pulled straight from my stream. Although, that's what everyone else does too. I mean, it's kind of an asterisky thing, Pillars of Snow. Because, like, yeah, there's a sword, and yeah, there's a rod, and occasionally the two interact. No, I didn't see that, Trixie. No shock, really. Am I looking forward to FF16? No. I think FF16 is going to be the worst game ever made in the history of the known universe. Oh, wait, sorry, that was FF15. My bad. No, it'll be fine. I do have to admit, FF16 already rubs me the wrong way, and it does. But I think that's going to be a preference thing more than a quality thing. I think it'll be fine. I just hope it's not a long game. It's not a long game, right? What's the reasoning for that? Sex, cussing, and a final boss I'm not a big fan of. I actually haven't watched Sterling in quite a while, so no. That's actually funny because they for the longest time they wanted Zelda to be tech. If it's a review run, it has to include the DLC Matterlord. That's always the rule there. Am I looking forward to FF7R2? No. Definitively no in that case. They're probably not gratuitous, and they're probably not frequent, but that doesn't mean I like it, later ball. If I wanted to see sex and cussing, I don't know what I'd go to, actually. Something that I don't know off the top of my head. What did Rax tell me about FF7R2? Actually, nothing, believe it or not. But there is one huge reason I am not a fan of FF7R2. Can you guess what that reason is right now? There's actually technically two reasons, but there's the really big reason why. Yeah, how long is FF7R2? It's probably a good game. Remember, I liked FF7R1. I had issues with it, but I still liked it. Interesting. That's a good way to tutorialize those instantly. That's kind of cool. The other complaint I have with FF7R2, I can't say without spoiling. That actually should give away immediately what that complaint is, if you're familiar with it. And if you're not, don't worry about it. I guess I'm just at a point in my life right now where I could really use some short games, you know? Just give me some bite-sized stuff to push through. The good news is almost every game coming up in the queue is actually a fairly short game. The only exception is the one we're playing right now. What? Why? WoW, I'm not worried about. Yeah, I'm not worried about Trek Resurgence. I'm not super worried about Shoot His Blood and Teeth, which is going to be like a one-day stream. I'm not sure about the PS2 games, but I doubt they're going to be super long. I mean, that's a good sign, Jiggly It speaks about how memorable they are. Whereas there were a lot of shrines in Breath which weren't very memorable. Oh yeah, we actually, when we were doing our co-op playthrough of Shoot His Blood and Teeth, we actually managed to softlock the game a couple of times. Okay. Oh no, the floating platform was awesome. Like, I'm sure I haven't even begun to get to how broken this game can get, just based on the floating platform alone. That's a good question, Bladeville. I don't know. Same thing with FF7R2 while we're on the subject. Yeah, when's the right time to call it? 5 seconds in, and we're done! Okay. Nah, I'm kidding. I was actually thinking about that the other day. What would be the shortest game we could review? And my first thought was actually Pong. But that felt like cheating. So what's the first real game? Like, so what's the shortest real game we could review? Because there's nothing to Pong. It's like, and we're done. There's your review of Pong. Journey's pretty short. Tetris, yeah. Especially basic Tetris, like the fundamentally, like what most people think of when they think of Tetris. Once I've shown off like the first speed increase, we're kind of done with that game. Portal 1, I think Portal 1 wasn't even our shortest game we have so far. Let me double check that. Yeah, Portal is actually our 9th shortest game at 2.95 hours. A Short Hike, Super Metroid, Super Mario Bros. 2, Gone Home, Tiny and Big, Mega Man 5, Helltaker, and Facet were all shorter than that. That's funny to think about. Super Metroid was shorter than Portal 1. There's just... And I kept stopping, remember? I kept pausing to talk and explain. And elaborate. Probably a Blade to Ball. That's always the trade-off, isn't it? The run would be longer, but it would be a less accurate run. the system is naturally bent towards, I don't know, scoring games I know better more accurately. Not higher, just more accurately. Yeah, we've got money covered. We're good. Yeah, Super Metroid has the advantage of being a game I'm going to play again in about a month here. Or 2 months, excuse me, 2 months. I keep forgetting September exists. I had this one. Hang on. Random idea. Oh, it's a sword, not a rod sword. Damn. Ah, whatever. Whatever. If I ever need a rod, there's one there. I swear to God, Mr. Ed, if I don't see some donuts and or cake in your future, we're going to have words. Yeah, September's my birthday, too. It actually isn't. It's not even the show's birthday. Although, if anybody could tell me when the show's birthday is, I'll be impressed. Oh my God, Ross, why? Why would you do this? Haven't those masks suffered enough? August 29th is correct. It is this Thursday. No, I'm not doing anything fancy for it. Unless my sister's amenable. Then I do have a little side stream planned. We'll see where we're at with Tears by Thursday. We might be there with Tears. Then again, we might spend 7 years in the depths. Who knows? Probably not Bionic Book. I do not deserve something special. Only the endless misery that is real life. No, it's the show's anniversary, not my anniversary. My birthday was a while ago. Go. Go. Oh, come on. You're even jiggling. Bonk. Link, you know those don't grow on trees, right? Ah, they're fine. They're sturdy. I've never even heard of that game. Shadow Machine, what is it? Oh, time to die. actually sounds familiar, Spartan. Oh yeah, Ascend exists. Everyone, did you know Ascend exists in this game? Oh wait, come back! No! That was actually a little close. I don't know if you saw, the plane had actually stalled out and was plummeting there. Lower. You know, for usually the autofix says things like Laura, not lower, but I think lower fits. I think that's appropriate. Yeah, there's just a guy in shades and a suit over there. Huh? What? Oh, a memory wand. Oh, a memory wand. That does sound pretty horrifying, Shadow Machine. I'd say topical, but that sounds like it's always topical. As anybody who's ever studied Roman politics will tell you. Nothing that's happening today hasn't happened before for the last 2,000 years. I don't know past 2,000, so I can't speak to that, Spartan. It's actually more like 2,500, but whatever. It's just, I'd have to actually look up how far back I've studied. Hang on, let's find that out really quick. Oh, it's not even 2,500, more like 2,300. There you go. 2,300 years ago. That's about as far back as I know. I'm not going to veto it, but I don't think I need to act. I sincerely doubt anybody really wants me to play the game. Nobody's even mentioned interest in it, and I guarantee you people will have forgotten about the game in about a month. Seriously, it's a flash in the pan. Thank God I'm not a normal streamer, right? who has to constantly figure out what the latest game is, or indeed decide what the latest game is, because in many cases the big streamers, you know, are the reasons games get big. From what I understand, imagine a Dark Souls game with simpler combat and no level design. Yeah, big streamers have to follow each other, too, because they're pretty much the ones that tend to push those trends. I know at least a few of them coordinate with each other, too. So, imagine I get a text one day, hey, I've decided to push this new Wukong game. Think we could stir up some controversy about it, make it big. Alright, cool, I'll go ahead and push it, too. Which stance do you want to take? I'll take the I don't care where it came from stance. Okay. I'll take the I'm going to point out the terrible policy stance. Okay, cool. Sorry, Mr. Red. Someone jangled some keys in front of me. I apparently just... I missed what you just said. I'm sorry. Hi, off the deeper end. And hi, Morganite. Honk. I would agree with that, Spartan. Don't mistake me, I'm sure Wukong is a perfectly fine game. Or maybe it isn't. I have no idea. I have no plans to ever look at it properly. So I can't form an informed opinion. But that's sort of the point, isn't it? I just don't care. I have many other games that I care about much more. Including the one I'm playing right now. I hope I never actually review the Dark Souls games. That would be terrible. I don't think anybody wants to see that happen. Like, we've already reviewed Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Ah, Naked Shrine. Naked Shrine. I mean, Elden Ring is, I believe, the second longest stream we've ever had that isn't an MMO to date. Favorite Souls-like? I mean, my knee-jerk answer to that is Jedi Fallen Order. So I think I'm going to go with that. Well, I've actually played all 3 Dark Souls games on camera. I've just never reviewed any of them, even before the Oblivion line. Ghost of Tsushima was pre-Oblivion line. Harsh, but okay. This is logical. I was admittedly not even thinking about Hollow Knight because I tend to not think of that as a Souls-like. But regardless of that, I wouldn't put that as high up as a Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, 84 hours. God, that was a long one. I would say Bloodborne is probably my second favorite overall. if I had to pick one. As much as Bloodborne pissed me off, and it did, I really liked a lot of the elements of the core gameplay loop. Like the, I forget what they call it, but the you continue fighting to regain temporarily lost health thing. Well, Sekiro's an interesting one, because I haven't reviewed Sekiro under the current system. I'm not 100% sure about that one. Yeah, Bloodborne promotes aggression, and that tends to be how I play those games anyways. I also rather like the weapon variety in Bloodborne, better than most of the Soulsborns. Yeah, Pokemon Shield is one of those quietly long ones. It always amuses me a little bit. That's right, Fox News is right. I'm gonna get violent. I'm angry. I'm angry about video games. Yeah, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is the top. I can double check that. I was just looking at the shortest. I just have to sort it by that again. So let's see. Yep, Baldur's Gate 3 at the top, then Pokemon, then Elden Ring. So yeah, third longest is Elden Ring. Followed by Heroes of Might and Magic 5. That was a long one. Then Inquisition, then Cyberpunk, then Starfield. Oh my god. Having said that, here's some fun statistics. Baldur's Gate 3 is so long, it was longer than Shadowbringers was in FF14, and Stormblood, and Heavensward. It was also longer than the entire Sith story arc, as in all 4 Sith characters in Tor. That's, yeah, I don't know what to add to that. Persona 5R is not under the current system and therefore does not count, Mad Overlord. Yeah, the Starfield stream just kind of kept going, and they kept coming up with new ways to suck. It was fascinating, honestly. I mean, we already did that, Bionic Punk. And FF14 is actually the longest game on the list. I forget exactly how long, because I have to calculate that manually because of how I do that. That's a minute. Yeah, think about how much of Starfield's content I skipped. I stopped doing side quests at a certain point. You remember that? I did quite a few side quests. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Game! Jesus! What's that nonsense? No. That's irritating. I just took a crap ton of damage. Because I was stuck in a stun lock for a while there. Okay. stop doing that. Jesus. Well, no. So people were complaining about that blade fall, so I adjusted FF14's number to give the fake number. FF14's actual playtime is 2,399.04 hours. But if I tally up all of the numbers together, it's probably the 513 you just mentioned. Unfortunately, by design, I actually then cannot tell you how long STO or TOR was without, well, I can't tell you how long STO is, period, because I didn't keep track of that number. But I cannot tell you how long TOR's is without calculating it the same way I did FF14's. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. What? So it's like this. We had a long discussion about this when it came to MMOs, and the bottom line was we decided that thanks to how much off-camera work is mandatory for an MMO to be properly calculated, the only fair way to calculate the total playtime for an MMO is to calculate the total playtime of the entire MMO, not the run. And we do that for each MMO. So that's why TOR is 737 hours and STO is 804. That's all playtime. Wow, is this going to be gargantuan. The runtime, that's why I specifically mentioned the individual expansion times earlier, because I kept track of that. WoW's going to be pretty tall. And the best part is, by definition, the WoW time I will share with you does not include vanilla or BC, because that was actually a different account back then. Look, I needed more STO in my life, Joe. More STO. Yeah, WoW's going to be a chonker. I'm not worried about that, though. Of all the long games I could play, that's the one I'm not worried about. I can't wait for all the people to show up and be like, technically you're wrong about this, this, and that. Because there's this one line in this one book that's actually been declared decanon at this point that proves that you're completely wrong about everything. Actually, I shouldn't make fun. I've only gotten 2 people like that over the years, but both of them are pretty memorable. Yeah, I'm still pissed that they made Day of the Dragon actually canon by adding it into the game. Of all the crap to make canon, why'd you go with that? See, I know that there's insanity, predictable, but, like, there has to be a limit of insanity. So, there's a book that covers the War of the Ancients. It's a pretty terrible book, in my opinion, as all the stuff by Knack is. But they specifically reference it in Legion when we're watching a flashback. And up until then, we could all have just kind of quietly pretended that it wasn't actually canon. You know, like Medan, who is definitely not canon at this point. Probably the most de-canonized character in all of Warcraft. I don't actually know, Spartan. I know Timothy Zahn has written a StarCraft book. It's also the only good StarCraft book. The singular one. StarCraft has quite a few books. Most of them suck. Like, really suck. Like, you know I'm harsh about using the term Mary Sue. Well, one of the examples I use of a Mary Sue is from the StarCraft books. A bare minimum of 3, Mr. Red. The StarCraft setting is one of my favorite settings of all time. Which I don't say hyperbolically. There's just something fascinating and interesting about the setting as a whole. And I don't know. I don't have much else to add to that. I like the Protoss, I like the Zerg, and I like the Terrans. I would say less than Warcraft. But then again, Warcraft is my favorite setting of all time, so that's, you know, kind of forgiving. What? Huh? Why are you not latched? I wasn't counting the extant, for obvious reasons. It sort of feels cheating to mention my own setting. Hi, Twister. Hey, Tiny Hippo. Remember, it's 3 things, whether you put it towards 3 or not. The Diablo setting, I actually don't like the Diablo setting that much. It's one of the reasons I sort of completely tore it into pieces for the Diablo rewrite. Like, people disagree with this, of course, but a lot of people think, and there's a reason to this, that the Diablo setting is, by definition, things are bad and will never get better. That kind of bleak, ultra-dark horror death, right? Now, Diablo 3 bucked that trend. But it is also the only Diablo property that has bucked that trend. All the books and all the other games lead towards bleak despair and helplessness. I swear the fact that Diablo 1 and 2 didn't score well, compared to Diablo 3, which is one of the highest scoring things I've ever had, is unrelated to that fact. It did. D3 got a lot of pushback for that. So they were like, all right, with 4, we're going to go back to horror death. Thank you, Tiny Hippo. Always appreciate you. Top 5 favorite settings. Warcraft is up there. Obviously, it's at the very top. Ratchet and Clank. And the objectively correct choice. So, Warcraft is at the top, but picking the other tops... I would be remiss if I did not mention Battletech, which is very high up for me. It probably shouldn't be, but it is. It's the HRE and heavy politically driven stories with giant battle mechs. What do you want from me? So, Warcraft, Battletech, probably not Doom Rider. Now it gets trickier. Because now I got to think about it. Battletech also has the I don't know what to call it, the heavily ingrained concept of mercenaries. Like, probably my personal favorite take on mercenaries, just as a concept in any fiction. Black Mesa. You got it, Tiny Hippo. Absolutely. Thank you again very, very much. Imagine Gundam, but with actual battle mechs instead of mechas. Big difference, as we've talked about before. But yeah, honestly, I'm having trouble. Like, you're pushing me down to 5 settings, and I'm having trouble coming up with something that's in the top 5. I can think of a bunch of things in the top 10, but top 5? I don't know. Now, you know what? Actually, let's just go ahead and use this. Yeah, Battletech, mechas are effectively humanoid anime kind of stuff. Mechs are tanks that walk, and that's the difference. It's different aesthetically, and it's different practically in the way they interact with each other. There you go. Check it out. The Rusty Halberd. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of mecha. I never have been. Excuse me. Yeah, I need more boring in my life. Ugh. I mean, we can all use more boring in our lives, am I right? Anyways. Oh my god. Hey, Takota, would you say Battletech or MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries is the best MechWarrior game right now? Oh, I'd ask about Falkenstein because I know he's into Battletech. I don't think he's here right now. So, MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries is a very good MechWarrior game. It is the best MechWarrior game, with the possible exception of 5, which I haven't played. Battletech is a top-down, turn-based Battletech game, and had some issues, almost all of which were patched out. So, both of those are excellent games, kind of depending on what you're going for. So let's say one of those two. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to play MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries anymore. It's actually kind of an old game. It's one of the reasons I was so excited about MechWarrior 5, was because, you know, It had been a while since we had our last MechWarrior game. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. I still haven't answered the original question, so let's think. Thank you, Tulin. Appreciate you. So, obviously, Warcraft is at the top in terms of settings. That's easy. Past that, I really got to start thinking. So let's just come up with a list of settings that would be at the top. And then let's pare that down to 5. So we've got Star Wars in the EU, specifically. Star Trek. StarCraft. Battletech, I already mentioned that one. Pokemon, yep. And My Little Pony, that would also be up there. Is there anything else that's at the top? Oh, absolutely, Spark. MLP's world building is half of what I enjoyed about that show. Any of the FF settings? That's a good question. I actually was kind of mentally discounting those. Yeah, MLP is kind of the exact opposite of a grimdark setting. It is a utopian setting. Kind of like Pokemon, actually, which you'll notice is also up there. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'd love to say I love FF6's setting, but FF6 barely has a setting. It's just an extremely good game. Same thing with tactics. There's not a lot of meat on the bones as far as world building when it comes to tactics, right? Now, FF14, yeah, that's got a hell of a setting, and I do admit I do like FF14's setting, with a couple of exceptions. The problem is FF14 also leans on a couple of things I don't like pretty severely, so I don't think it qualifies for, like, purple equivalents, you know? It's up there. Well, hang on. Hold on to that question, Evo. Hold on to that question. So, let's see. Is there any other setting that I put at the top? I was actually debating Mario. The problem is, just like in Zelda, there isn't one Zelda setting. Despite what the developers will tell you, there's not one Mario setting. Having said that, there are several lengthy Mario... there are specific Mario settings that cross multiple games, let's put it that way. Like, I talked about this during the Mario run just last year. Mario 2, Mario 3, Mario World, and Yoshi's Island all exist within the same continuity and all reference each other. And Mario RPG, Paper Mario 1, Paper Mario 2 are all part of the same continuity as well. Mario and Luigi 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all part of the same continuity as well. Stuff like that. Okay, tell me when you get back, Evo. Please. See, Mega Man's kind of a weird one, because the problem is the Mega Man setting also includes the X setting, which has its own issues, and the Z setting, which is actively kind of... and the ZX setting, which is just, huh? Having said that, Mega Man is probably high enough to qualify as purple for me. I'll be really honest about that. Mega Man has all... I mean, Mega Man's right here, you know? Think about the real estate I've got here, right? What did I decide to put in my real estate? I've got my plushies, yep. I've got Mario, my brand name, and Mega Man. Enough said. Mega Man also has tremendous potential as a setting, and I just want to strangle Capcom for not doing anything with that. Anyways, and I'm not going to count the extent. That's cheating. like I said. So, of the ones we've just listed, I think, obviously, Warcraft is up there. But in terms of, like, the top 5... I think of the top 5, in terms of just the setting, and yeah, purely enjoyment, purely in terms of my own enjoyment of the setting, we'll go with Warcraft, not in order, just in the top 5. Warcraft, My Little Pony, Battletech, StarCraft, and I think I'm going to go with the EU Star Wars. And I do have to clarify that, because the AU Star Wars just operates differently on multiple levels, and frankly doesn't interest me nearly as much as a setting. Like, even down to the fundamentals of things like how FTL works is different in the AU, for example. Andor's a good show, but again, the AU setting doesn't interest me. That's actually the specific debate I was having, is Wars versus Trek in my head. The problem is, Trek includes new Trek, first of all. End statement. Okay. Farscape does have a pretty fascinating setting. I do agree with that. Yeah, it also has Kelvin Trek, too. Yeah, of course, Equestria, if that makes it simpler. I know that G5 exists, and I kind of don't care. I know G5 has tried to crudely grasp itself onto G4 in ways that don't make sense, and I don't care about that either. I mean, there's nothing wrong with enjoying the Kelvin movies, but I don't find the Kelvin setting particularly interesting. Yeah, it's a good question. How you been liking the rewatch, Jaluda? I've seen lots of people defend G5, and that's fine. No judgment. My own niece tends to refer to it as the bad MLP. And Gen 4 is the good MLP. Keep in mind, she usually prefers watching Gen 5. I mean, the problem is, and I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, but whether they did it on purpose or not, they did do it. Gen 5 of MLP was like, okay, well, Gen 4 was wildly popular and successful, so we're going to launch off of that to make our own franchise. And they didn't think about how to make that work. Like, it would be like if I tried to make... pretend for a moment that the Aliens franchise never existed, okay? Just work with me here. It's like if I tried to make Alien, but obviously I need some kind of popular pre-existing IP to attach Alien to. So I'm going to do a Star Wars spin-off called Alien, Star Wars Alien. And that's Gen 5 of MLP. It really doesn't connect, like, thematically or literally. And it's only there in order to be like, hey, enjoy. Please come and watch. No jab at the new Alien movie. I haven't even seen it. The only point I was trying to make is that Alien is fundamentally the kind of thing that shouldn't exist in Star Wars. Thematically and literally. Star Wars has plenty of space horror in it. We don't need to add that to it. Or yeah, exactly. Like Predator was stuck to an 80s action film in order to get that sucker to sell. Aw, see you around, Kinnick's cow. Good luck with the... Oh, I get it. Good luck with the call. I have seen Spike. I've even heard Spike. It's just, yeah, it's a thing. I mean, he's a dragon. I'm fine with that. We've got a couple of light things stored up, don't we? Light balls, light spheres. I don't remember what they're called. Heart pieces. Lorbs. Yeah, there you go. It's like I said, Binding Punk. They wanted to use MLP Gen 4 because it was popular as a launching point for Gen 5. But they didn't, like, do anything with that. They didn't think about it. It's just like, oh, yeah, and there you go. Huh? Just do your own show. We haven't actually gotten to the Killing Game yet. Oh, sorry. How do I remember the Killing Game? So I remember the Killing Game quite well. I usually mentally think about it as Good Voyager. So we will see. We're actually about to start Concerning Flight, which is the Leonardo da Vinci episode, the big one. And I imagine we'll like that one because it's John Rice Davies, if nothing else. Yeah, Gen 4 referenced previous gens, but in ways that you wouldn't have even noticed unless, you know, you were aware of it already. Yeah, the best Harry Kim episode. The episode in which they forgot he existed and had to come up with something for him to do at the last minute. Although I personally think that the time travel fast forward one, I can't think of actually the name of the episode, is the better Harry Kim episode. The best, I should say, Harry Kim episode. Timescape is a TNG episode. Timeless. Yeah, that's it. That's true, Savicom. That's true. And he was so beautiful. I was actually thinking about this recently. I don't want to be... I don't know what I want to not want to be. But, like, it really is kind of wild to see just how much Hollywood surely doesn't do this anymore. Would hire models and actors. Or, sorry, models to be actors. Specifically because they were hot. Regardless of gender, by the way. That was just a standard policy. That is why they hired Garrett Wang. Just like that's why they hired Jerry Ryan and Jolene Blaylock and Terry Farrell is another one. And I know there's more. I just can't think of them right now. See, the thing, it's kind of a strange topic because on the one hand, almost every actress and actor I just mentioned is good and knows their stuff and does some good stuff with it. But they only got hired because they were hot. And they were trying to break into acting. And it's like... Like, on the one hand, I'm glad they got their shot, you know? But on the other hand... and it doesn't help that they keep trying to pretend that they are... yeah, let's go do that. Like, I honestly, they got lucky and stuff. Have you watched early DS9? Terry Farrell cannot act. I'm sorry. Now, she gets there because the rest of the cast was supportive and helpful, and they taught her how to act, and they helped her to bolster her acting talent. But yeah, early on, she's terrible. Like, you know, high school play levels of terrible. I don't think they hired Avery Brooks because he was attractive. I could be wrong about that. I don't remember off the top of my head. They did hire William Shatner because he was attractive. Ditto with Leonard Nimoy, by the way. In fact, they kept Leonard Nimoy on because he was attractive, because they were going to axe him. Mm. I still haven't thought of something to do with Harry Kim in Star Trek. I will, I swear. Actually, DeForest Kelly was considered quite a heartthrob. But you have to remember, Kelly was already on his way out of his career when he got hired for Trek. Like, he was a career actor and was older than pretty much... There's a reason DeForest Kelly was one of the first ones we lost. Was because he was well through his acting career and then was brought in to be the old man, you know, McCoy. No, I don't have access to War Within yet. Adventures. Okay. Look, I'm just saying I would have all the sex with DeForest Kelly if I happen to lean that way. Yeah, no, DeForest Kelly did a lot. It's kind of funny. Leonard Nimoy is the one who usually gets the rep as being the serious actor who takes his trade seriously. But a lot of the reason why was because Trek was kind of his big break. He was taking it seriously because he wanted it to go somewhere with his career. Shatner was already a career actor, and DeForest Kelly was on his way out of being a career actor. I think Gates McFadden was actually specifically hired because she was a theater actress. That was a pretty common trend, and actually a lot of TNG Season 1's, or rather, early TNG. A lot of TNG's characters were pulled on because they were theater actors. I mean, Patrick Stewart's the obvious example there. But also Rita Sirtis. That's what I thought. Voyager got really lucky, though. One of these days, or rather never, because I don't know the answer now, and that means I'm probably never going to, it would be fascinating to learn what was going on with the casting direction of Voyager. Because they just sort of lucked out into an amazing cast. With one notable exception, and that was Janeway. They picked, like, the worst possible actress for Janeway. Now, in their defense, they recognized that, fired her ass, and brought in Kate Mulgrew instead. But... like, have you ever seen... I don't remember her name. The original actress who played Janeway. They even got to the point of doing test footage and filming shots with her, and she was awful. Like, she was actively terrible. It was bizarre. No charisma, no energy. Very flat. Like, she sounded like she was playing a secretary. No, Kate Mulgrew is amazing. Frankly, one of the only reasons that Janeway is decent early on is because of Kate Mulgrew. Later on, some decent writing and some decent episodes finally showed up, but in the first couple of seasons, Jesus. That was it. Genevieve Bujold. So there are 10 circles, and I have 4 things to fill them with. And I have no other clue on how to fill what and where. Actually, I didn't miss any orbs around here. Looks like I didn't, though. Okay. Well, I'm gonna Google it, because I have no clue. No vibe and no lead. It's hard to solve a puzzle if I don't know what I'm trying to solve. Mhm. It depends, Savacom. Speaking even personally as a voice director and a writer. Sometimes I encourage my actors, excuse me, to push back against me and give feedback. And sometimes, that's really irritating. But I always encourage my own actors to at least say something, right? If you think a line should be read differently, or if you think a line should be differently, then you should at least tell me that. I may disagree with you and tell you to read the line as is, but I would still rather hear your input on the matter, you know? Obviously that's from a personal perspective. In movies and shows, we've seen a lot of times that giving the actors a creative line to do things tends to work out very well if they are very talented and creative people. The most obvious example I can think of that off the top of my head is Aladdin, where a huge amount of who the genie is down to Robin Williams, not the writing staff, right? There's other examples of that, too. I can't think of the name of the film. It's another Disney film. Emperor's New Groove. That's another example of that. But for a little bit of contrast, something like Spaceballs. I know that's a weird example to use, but it's true. A lot of the reason that popped is because, I forget his name as well, knew exactly what he was doing and exactly how to structure it. And the actors needed to listen to him and do the lines as read. I know it depends is not the answer you're looking for. Mel Brooks, thank you. God, I can remember the names. There we go. Sure. I still don't know what I solved, even after looking up the solution. Whatever. I do think, in general, like, let's say I was working on a show, and we've been working on this show, like Savacom, you're one of my actresses, congrats. And we're working on this show, and we have been for the last 5 years. I would say that you should have some input into your character, because you have some insight into your character. You have been playing them for 5 years, after all. Now, that's still part of a pushback thing. That's still the kind of thing I may disagree with you on, or may say push my foot down, or say no, or whatever, but I would still absolutely value you giving your input on the matter, because, you know, at least on paper, you probably understand your character pretty well. I say it that way because I can think of 2 examples of actors who clearly did not understand their characters particularly well, and how that led to some screw-ups. Both of which are from Star Trek. One is William Shatner, and the other is Patrick Stewart. In Star Trek V, and in Season 1 and 2 of Picard, it's very clear that both actors did not understand the characters they'd been playing for years and years at that point. And in both cases, they were forced to eat some humble pie, leading to Star Trek VI and Picard Season 3. That's true, Savacom. That is a valid point. You know, Quite possibly. At least in the case of Patrick Stewart. Shatner had no excuse, to be blunt. He just got finished playing Kirk in Star Trek 4, and 3, and 2, and 1. Like, a few years in a row, right? It's true, Gene Wilder had the kind of creative spark and talent to actually be able to improv properly. You know, idiots. Actually, if I could pull up a quote while I'm complaining about Patrick Stewart. Oh, that's Steam. I just launched Steam. Didn't mean to. Sins of a Solar Empire 2 is out. Okay. One of Patrick Stewart's mandates for Picard Season 1 was this, and this is a direct quote from Patrick Stewart. The series would not be based on a reunion of the Next Generation characters. I wanted to have little or nothing to do with them. It's not at all a mark of disrespect for my fellow beloved actors. Rather, I simply felt it was essential to place Picard in an entirely new setting with entirely new characters. Perhaps Picard might encounter Riker or Crusher in the second season, but such encounters were not to be the series' raison d'etre. Now, that's said all diplomatic-like, but that's still very Shatnery, that line there. Listen, all relationships are temporary, so we all know this because... I don't know, but just go with it. Just go with it. I mean, if we're being honest, most Trek executives have probably never even heard of the concept of a permanent relationship, so, you know, they got that going against them. Where's that one, like, relative to the world, Spartan? Because I'm going clockwise right now. Oh, I didn't either, Savicom. Like, we were talking the other day about the possibility that certain people literally don't have their brains right, for lack of a better way to put that. I would not be surprised if some of Trek's creators are in that category. Southwest of the Akala, okay. Not what I meant, and also not really related, and also gross, Spartan. I mean, there's always the producer mandates, right? Alright, we need to have romance by the end of the episode. We need to hit our mandate of romance, we need to hit our mandate of threats and actiony stuff. No, you're quite correct, Ventures. The Nerubians, generally speaking, are not the enemy of the mortal races in the same way that the Klaxi generally aren't. The difference, of course... Huh. Neat. The difference being that if you watch the opening short, Ventures, you know that the Nerubian Empire recently underwent a bit of a militant bent under the direction of the daughter of the Empress who recently usurped control from said Empress. New direction. They will never be slaves, but they will be conquerors. Yeah, someone might have assisted in that. We'll get to that later. And I suppose that's true of Blade Tribal. I myself, let me use a random, fairly unrelated example. I've been interacting with female gamers since I started playing video games. Like, that's nothing new to me, right? So if I were to write a story that happened to involve women who play video games, it would be very, very normal. Like, there would be nothing unusual about that sentence. Because there's nothing unusual about it to me. Right? And some people go like, oh my god, he's got an agenda. And I'd be like, huh? I don't know what you're talking about. It's all political now. What? Why? Oh, whatever. Let's do this. At least. Yep, we need special girl games. And actually, all it is that each game is just someone going, girl! Girl! And that's the whole game. No, hit me, Czar. This is a good time. We're not really doing much, sadly enough. Okay. That's true, Savicom. You got me there. Although we did recreate Lightning in a Bottle with FF13. Oh my god, no, that was it. That was it. That's why FF13 was FF13. They were trying to recreate Lightning in a Bottle. That makes so much sense. Lightning broke the bottle. Come on. Oh, I got it. Ow. Give me a chance to get out, thank you. Yeah, I will admit, some people have accused me of writing too much trauma into my stories, and for the record, that's not on purpose at all. Like, heroes overcoming PTSD was not intended to be a trend in the RFFs, and hopefully will not continue being a trend. It's more or less literally just because that's something that strikes me as a good story. That's all. Oh, I think I just had a donation. Not that the bot's working, so if not for the sound, I wouldn't have even known. Still pissed about that. See if the bot can just magically start working today. You had it working Friday, and then you broke it. Never, Lucas Slaughter. Never! Wait, no. Yes. The opposite of never. Nope. It's still broken. Ah, thank you, Lucas Slaughter. I do always appreciate. Thank you. I will put that towards the games that will break the record for long games that we were talking about earlier. Although maybe not, because, you know, it's like 4 games in a row, and then, well, it's like 3 games in a row. No, 2 games, 2 games, 4 games, I think. God, I actually don't remember. It's a lot. Okay, it's 3, 2, 4. Okay, I knew there was an offset. Yeah, let's not add those to the list, please. Please, God, please don't add those to the list. God save me, God. You gotta be kidding. I knew I was gonna regret that block being broken. Come here. So, favorite example of friend turned. How do I make the block go up with rewrite, though? Oh, I see. Well, it's too late now. Oh, I hate this puzzle. This is definitely a time to solution puzzle. Right here. So, favorite friend turns traitor story arc. Let me see if I can think of any friend turns traitor story arc that I like first. That's the first question. I mean, not to spoil, but I don't think that even counts, Venters. Being mind-controlled isn't really friend turns traitor, now is it? That's being mind-controlled. Not, in fact, referencing Arcane. Although, that's a good point. That is another friend turned traitor. Although, I don't know if I'm in favor of that one either. I'd have to think about that. I didn't like that, though. In fact, as I pointed out, it was one of the few tidbits that didn't make sense about that whole story arc. Which is a shame, because it was otherwise a good two-parter. I mean, could it have worked? Like I said, the problem is, it's kind of hard to make a friend turn traitor arc actually work, in my opinion. Because most of the time, they just don't properly give a reasoning for why someone who was previously, a completely different type of person suddenly goes evil. And let's be clear, it's always someone goes evil. I know Savakan will hate me for this, but Suikoden 2 is a pretty good example of how I think this doesn't work. I never bought the thing in that particular story. There's a lot of things I liked about that story. That was not one of them. See, yeah, now you got me thinking. Like I said, can I think of any example where I think that worked? For me, obviously. Yeah, no, if we make it so that it's not him, it works better, but you'll notice that once again makes it mind control, doesn't it? I mean, it's not literal mind control, but it's still, as you say, the influence of the ruins, which is no longer him. Right? That's like, well, shoot. Yeah, no, he was on drugs. Okay. That can make sense, that can work, but it's not him turning traitor, it's him... Bull crap! Anakin! Yeah, that's another one that I don't think works. That's a good example. Now, a lot of writers over a lot of years have spent a lot of time trying to explain Anakin's fall to grace, but the way they usually do that is actually really simple. They usually just make Anakin evil. Like, straight up. They just say, yeah, he was always evil. And that's the solution. In fact, that's how the AU has been approaching Anakin full tilt. It's just, yeah, no, Anakin was always evil from the word go. Okay. So, Czar has an idea for an RPG game in hang on. An idea I have for my RPG game is visible fight encounters, but the problem is monster appearance in fights and their ecology food chain circle. Weak monsters appear in groups for some ideas. So should I just gamify the monsters and make them random in their pathing and how they appear, or make it make sense in-game and in terms of world building? So I would immediately suggest that you go ahead and just gamify it. Make them more video gamey, because that's almost always going to be the correct choice. Don't mistake me, you can absolutely make that make sense in lore and in gameplay, but that is a fairly substantial additional amount of work on top of everything else. And honestly, most people aren't even going to notice that. Oh yeah, I was going to go to the... Yeah, but I was stuck in that shrine for so long, I forgot the name of the one you're doing, Spartan. What was the name you were doing? Yeah, it's like, the advice I tend to give when it comes to writing boils down to the aforementioned Battletech. Where's Akala? Where's Akala? Oh, it's up here. There it is. Yeah, I've actually already done that one. Anyways, the advice I tend to give for writing tends to be centered around Battletech. Because Battletech, the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. And that's fine. Because Battletech's idea is Battletech, the mechs. Chong, chong, chong. You know, that's the point. You start with the thing that interests you, and you rotate around that when you're building the rest of your story. People will be a lot more willing to go with you on something, especially if you're consistent about it. Let me actually use another example, and I know I've used this all the time, but this literally came up last night in Year of Hell. Nebulas in Star Trek. How is that not close enough? Nebulas don't work that way. That's the simplest and easiest way I can put that. But Star Trek is pretty self-consistent about how it approaches nebulas. So it doesn't really bother me. Because that's just how they are always at. And because they're always that way, it's not the end of the world, because self-consistency, right? A Capcom game of my choice. Other than the Resident Evil block, are there any Capcom games on the list right now? Well, I'm not admittedly an expert on nebulas, but they tend to not be extremely dense bits of gas that somehow make it so that sensors and shields don't work. And yet, those are the two most common and recurring elements of how nebulas work in Star Trek. As I mentioned, this came up just last night, because in the Year of Hell, they decided to hide in a nebula, and the nebula is literally seeping in. But that just doesn't work that way on pretty much every level. Nebulas are not that dense at all. Let's see. What is on the list that isn't Resident Evil? That is Capcom. Hit the stream breaks, everyone. See if we can find something. Street Fighter's on the list, isn't it? Yep, there it is. We'll put it towards Street Fighter. And Zelda, obviously. There we go. Thank you, Luco. As always. Much obliged and much appreciated. Yep, we're also going to put it towards the objectively correct choice. Obviously. The problem is I can't really give Mega Man... I guess I can. I can't really give the Mega Man games credit for the Dr. Wily thing, because honestly, that's all on the Archie comics. But I guess that does count. I don't know. Yeah, enemies to friends is a lot easier. I can think of several enemies to friends. Friends to enemies, I have yet to come up with what I consider to be a really good example of that. There's been mind control, and then there's been bad examples of it, and that's all I've got so far. Enemies to lovers, well, that's easy. More or less, Luca, yeah. I'm unfortunately not familiar with JoJo, so I can't speak to that. Did it break that? No, it's still there. How would I go about refining a review game? Well, that's easy. First of all, we'd review Mortal Kombat, which we've already done. Second of all, we'd review Smash, which we've already done. Behold! But no. It is kind of interesting because what we decided to do is we treated fighters like classes, like in an RPG or something similar, and then we treat them on the same general metrics. Style, design, quality, fun, viscerality, stuff like that. And then, you know, stage mechanics or combo systems and controls, tutorialization, progression, all that kind of stuff. Like, most of the same basic stuff applies, or perhaps more accurately, doesn't apply, since a lot of fighting games don't have a lot of those things I just mentioned. Okay, so I can climb these. It's actually good to know. I think I'd say I like this game more than I don't. Again. It's got its flaws and it's got its issues, but what game doesn't, right? God damn it. let's not even talk about the gear system. Oh my god, that's such a terrible idea on every level. Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about Mega Man. Sorry, I thought you were talking about, I think that was Tekken that did that. Which was that? I actually don't remember. It's been a while. I think it was Tekken. It's a fighting game which introduced a gear system where you have these little gems. And, by God, they were terrible. Up we go. There we go. Worried me there for a second. Favorite Zelda? Well, at the moment, having not finished the review of this one, I would say Twilight Princess, followed by A Link Between Worlds, followed by Majora's Mask, followed by Link to the Past. In that order. What's Ascend, Trakaji? Well, everyone, Trakaji keeps coming up with random abilities that don't exist in this game. Don't make up stuff, Trakaji. Come on, come on. Anyways. Actually, I haven't, Frieza. I'll make a point of doing that. Just a minute. That's true. Scoring better doesn't actually mean it's my favorite. But, in that case, yeah, no, it would be Twilight. And then, Link Between Worlds. And then Majora. And then LTTP. LTTP does have one big advantage over every other game I just mentioned, and you know what that is. It is short. Not the randos thing, although that is true. I'll be playing LTTP randos for years. Oh, I love the depths. Yeah, Baptist, 100%. How familiar am I with Gurren Lagann? So it's ridiculous on purpose, and that's the point. We've got to have giant boobs and a bikini. That's very important. Let's see what else. We've got a mecha that's the size of the entire galaxy. Yeah, okay. Did I miss anything there? Well, again, there's a mecha the size of the galaxy. And apparently a drill. I think there's a drill somewhere. I don't know. You want to hear something funny, Savicom? So we're watching Year of Hell, right? And as we're going through Year of Hell... Wait, really, Venters? Oh my god. Oh, sorry, there's a mecha the size of the universe. That's even stupider. We're going through Year of Hell, and even though, like, they've shown Kate Mulgrew in her tank top outfit multiple times, they decided, for whatever reason, to put her in the boob plate during the finale as she's going for her big, you know, dramatic attack against the Anorak ship. And it's really distracting because it's just out of nowhere. And it's like, wait, why? Why did you do that? I mean, I understand why you did that. The Forgotten Temple. Rowan, what's the Forgotten Temple? Help me out here. I'm not even making a joke about how I've forgotten what it is. What's the Forgotten Temple? Okay. The Guardian Hell Temple. Oh, yes! I have been down there, encountered a fight, and then encountered another fight. If that's what you're thinking of. Impa told me to go there. Okay, well, actually, in that case, no, I think. I don't know, have I been there, everyone who's been watching this run? Oh yeah, Archer would totally have been shirtless for that. 100%. I mean, they could not stop taking off Scott Bakula's shirt. Okay, apparently I have not. hang on. Now Doom Rider's saying I've been there. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have actually been to the shrine down there. But that's it. I hate you, game. I want you to know that. Hi, Evo. I do remember your question. You were asking, why is it that utopias are totally awesome and we should work for one in real life? And it's actually very simple. You see, I hate everything, and I am miserable in life, and therefore what I want most is for everyone else to be miserable along with me. I'll finally be justified in being a curmudgeonly old miser who hates all life and all civilization. Sorry. Listen, Jolene Blaylock needs to have that decon gel. It's the only way that she'll... Anyway, so, yes, I must take over the world so that all might suffer. You'll never cast me into the fire. Yeah, just bathe. Bathe in the decon gel. It'll totally stop the bonfire. Anyways. So the reason I wanted to hesitate on answering you is because I wanted to tell you a story about a man named Ira Stephen Bear, who, the more I've studied this man, the less the less respect for him I have, as we're going to put it that way. Yeah, he actually kind of sucks, to be totally honest. And it's kind of weird, because he was the showrunner of my favorite Star Trek show, or at the very least in the running for my favorite Star Trek show. Actually, agree, completely freeze. I feel like I could get the other solution I was getting working, but it's taking too long, so... Wow, that was not the level of impact I was hoping for. Okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. I can make this work. Hang on. Yeah, ISB... Let's not get too much into the depths. Here's the significance with relevance to your question, okay? Ira Stephen Bear very much wanted... There we go. Very much wanted to do a thing. It's not going to work, is it? He very much wanted to do a thing. I'm sorry, this stupid puzzle is breaking my brain. There's a moment during DS9, I'm going to speak around spoilers, where there is a, there's an individual where, I'm trying to think how to say this without spoilers. There's a vote going to determine the next representative, okay? And as a consequence of that vote, there's two characters. One of them is a villain who is an antagonist of the main characters, and the other one is more neutral, but definitely an ally of the main characters. Now, all of the story is tilting so that this person over here is going to win this vote, and everything is leaning in this direction. However, ISB said, wait, we can't have that happen. If the ally wins, we can't do any drama. The only way to create drama is to have antagonists and evil people who are pushing against the heroes. Now, I bring this up because it says a lot about how much of a hack of a writer ISB really is. Because he does this kind of stuff all over the place in Deep Space Nine, where he insists that things have to be a specific way, because that's the only way we can have drama, which is nonsense and also functionally incorrect. We have years and years and years of study of fiction to prove a lot of his theories wrong. And he kept doing this, and he kept doing weird, stupid things like this, and it's just like... So, I bring all that up because ISB's line of thought, No, it worked out okay, but not because of him, Blade Roll. The reason I'm bringing it up is not because of the stupidity of that moment or whether it worked or not. The reason I bring that up is because ISB was someone who looked at a utopia and said, well, I can't write anything in a utopia, so the only thing I can do is prove how it's not a utopia, and it's secretly evil, and it's secretly dark and horrible and death doom, because that's the only way he could think to write drama, was to say that, oh no, it's a veneer, right? It's not, the Federation isn't actually a beneficial place or a beneficial entity. It's secretly horrifically evil. Yeah, we need to be anti-TNG. He was extremely big on being anti-TNG during his run. And that was very stupid. It also, almost every individual case where he tried to push back against that didn't work. In fact, in many cases, negatives to story would be given for how much he was just like, oh, I know, the Admirals are evil. Huh? I bring all of this up because a lot of study and analysis of fiction have proven to me that you do not need some kind of hellscape, for lack of a better way to put it, in order to have drama, in order to have events, in order to have significance, in order to have relevance. There is nothing inherently wrong, in my opinion, and again, I have receipts, I can point to fictions that manage this, of having just a nice setting where things are good, and you could still have things like drama. You could have interpersonal conflicts, you can have dilemmas, you can have debates, you could have a lot of zooming in the camera. You don't have a story about the Utopia being attacked by the Borg, although you can. Instead, what you do is you have a story about the people who live in that utopia. Yeah, slice of life. Thank you. I actually couldn't think of the damn phrases. Yeah, Amending Fences is a story that is as utopian as it can be, and is one of the best stories of that particular arc. And the reason I bring all this up is because I feel like too many writers fall into the habit, especially professional writers, of thinking that the only way to challenge the heroes is to literally challenge them. The Superman paradox, right? And I've talked about this for years, specifically Superman in particular, because the overwhelming majority of writers do not know how to write for Superman. Instead, they just write another bigger, better bad, or they come up with another new made-up weakness for Supes himself. And that's it. Like, that's how they write Superman. Yeah, exactly. Creativity and talent can and has written some very excellent stuff for Superman over the years. But for the most part, what you end up getting is Superman fighting, you know, the even bigger, badder, no really person. I mean, for God's sakes, this goes way back, too. Do you remember the death of Superman? Spoilers. What you may not remember, what you may or may not remember is that the death of Superman was a development of exactly the type of thing I was just talking about. How do we defeat Superman? Okay, we'll have him fight the Hulk, and let's be clear, that's what the Doomsday was. He was the Hulk. And there you go, boom, we did it. We came up with a bigger, badder guy to kill him. Yes, mission accomplished. But the problem is, that's kind of it. And if you've ever read The Death of Superman, you remember that story actually kind of sucked. It was a very short panel. Had some decent build-up, I'll give you that. Had some decent build-up, but the story itself kind of sucked. Then it went into the reign of the Superman. That's mixed. There's some good stuff there. There's some stuff there. But the actual story of it was dumb because all it was a bigger, badder threat. And it literally boiled down to a punching match. Bam, 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 and then death. Okay, cool. Mixelplix. Please don't ask me how I remember to pronounce that. Yeah, I think we're going to actually just ultimately cheese this because this is just getting irritating. So let's go over here. Oh, that sucked. I am too much of a geek to not know how to pronounce Mixelplex. It's the same way I can pronounce supercalifragilisticexpialidocious without even having to try. Actually, yes, I did, Spartan. I watched a lot of the DCAU when it was new. I actually did like Manchester Black, but I agree with you completely. Manchester Black should have been a one and done. And arguably he was intended to be a one and done. And then, you know, then they brought him back, which was like, okay, what are you doing? Okay, that was a little physicsy, but I'll go with it. You're making me feel old here, Spartan. Aw. Do I like the concept of the Zindi? I do like the idea of a... No, that was a good one. I like that one. I do like the idea of a multiple species developing very, very differently from the same basic thing on a planet. Like, I like that. It's an interesting enough concept, and it has some potential to it, as opposed to the usual thing where, you know, each planet has just one species on it, like it usually is true in Star Trek. The only downside of that was the obvious thing, the fact that the reptiles were the bad guys. And that's it. Like that was the complexity of it. They were the bad guys. Okay, this is already taking too long. No, of course I can't, Anarchomaxist. I don't even know how to pronounce that. How would I even begin to pronounce that? Yeah, the insectoids were the bad guys, but only mostly the bad guys. The reptiles are completely the bad guys. Oh man, I love it when my Star Trek genocides. I think the reptiles should have won. Oh, we'll see that ending, Savika, but I know what you mean. Come here. That would have been an interesting story, I'm not going to lie. Just everyone's a reptile. Where am I? Oh, I know where I am. Why is it so hard to get here? Okay, we'll just do this. Fine, 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 game. Fine! Also, Ascend exists, and I just remembered it 5 seconds, but it's too late now. It's too late to use Ascend, because I forgot it existed, so now we're gonna fly. Because Ascend doesn't exist. Gift wrapping. Unfortunately, no one clipped that, but that would have been very funny on Arcobaxist. I don't know why I keep forgetting Ascend exists. Like, it's weird. There's no demonstrable reason for it. I keep remembering everything else. Like, Recall, I've got that, like, right in the back of my brain. Like, okay, hang on. And, of course, we're programmed to remember that Ultra Hand exists, not just because it's the best thing ever, but also because we've already played Breath of the Wild and we're used to Magnesis. I actually can't see where I'm going because it's dark and raining. Am I? There it is. Okay, I'm found. Listen, what we need to do, Savacom, is more mass murder. That's the only way we can have deep, dark, complex stories, is dystopias filled with mass genocide. Is it here? And edginess, we gotta have the edge. Let's have the edge. Listen, if there's one thing I demand in my fiction, it's more realism. More real-life parallels, please. I don't know if I can endure fiction if I don't have horribleness in my fiction. And no parents! Well, this is the Shrine of Resurrection. Where's all the Sheikah tech? Where is all the... I'm just... Hang on. I just got off the phone with Miyamoto himself. And he said, "Who are you? Stop calling me, or I'll call the police." I think that explains everything. Okay, so go further in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I've seen the quote in Arkham Axis. I've already given it a negative. It just continues to irritate me. Yeah, short answer, eh. The beam cycle. The hell is the beam cycle? What kind of incredible theories will there be about all the Sheikah tech? Oh, it's all gone. Oh. Okay. That's true. We're almost out of the worst month of the year. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. So it's got stabilizers, a beam gun, a control thing, 2 fast things, and like 2 planks. And that's, wow. Interesting. Why is it the worst month? Well, the easy answer is summer. Yeah, that's one of the pre-built things you get. Yeah, this is when the weather's the worst. It's hot, it's humid, it's bugs, and it's allergies. The origin of the depths, I actually have already come up with a theory for the depths. I think the depths is more or less literally the underworld. I think that's where the demons come from. I think that's the source of, monsters. The inverse, the opposite. Pain is good, joy is bad, that kind of thing. I even shared my theory about how Ganondorf connects to that. Which I guess I'll repeat here. The general idea is that Ganondorf isn't actually like that. He still likes good things like comfort and food and things like that. But he is so messed up in the head and so focused on, getting what he wants at any cost that he is delving into the dark side, for lack of a better way to put that, that he is delving so much into that it's actually something that would be to his detriment, but he wants to spread the gloom as much as possible because doing so enhances his power, at least at the moment. And no, I have not, Dream Whisperer. As for why the Zonai were there, I have no idea. Oh yeah, there you go. The reason the Shikatek never existed was because the timeline was altered. There you go. There's your answer. I mean, the obvious answer would be have the Zonai be Decaders, defectors from Decadence. They were the one group who was like, no, we refuse to be evil. We will stop being evil. We will go to the surface and enjoy light and sun and happiness. And there you go. That's what the Zonai are. And then they found humans, and humans are like, hey, what's up? They came from the sky. Look, look, look. Sky, depths. If you loop around enough, it's the same thing. I have no idea. I don't know. I am the wrong person to ask. I'm pretty sure the Nintendo developers are the wrong people to ask at this point. There's nothing to speculate on. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Have we done this shrine? We have not done this shrine, no. Pull something completely out of my ass. Alright, hang on, hang on. It's the Hulk. You're gonna get that reference. Look, are you saying my ass is big, Arspruce? That's just an unkindness. Excuse me. God, I don't know. Okay, so I need to speculate. Okay. I've got it. Exactly, Evo. See, you understand completely. Wait, no, I shouldn't joke about that, because then you'll think I'm serious. Alright, hang on. What the hell is a brown mage? Oh, God. Oh, God. Everything is ruined forever. Alright, so... We're done. We're done with speculating forever. Actually, Dirtomancers exist in a couple of settings, and they're usually overpowered as hell. in the setting in question. And almost always looked down upon by the proper mages. Yeah, no, the writer factor in this game is very low. As it is in most Zeldas, to be honest with you. Not all, just most. Okay, what am I speculating on? Give me something specific in Archimexist. I can make up something, but you got to give me something to make up because there's just too much empty sheets of paper here. It's okay. I fully expect they understand the nuances and subtleties of time manipulation. Okay, why did the Zonai expand into the depth? Alright. Alright, let me think about this. So let me make up something completely out of nowhere. Okay, so the Zonai, of course, are from brillions of years ago, right? Like predating even the Sheikah, which are 10,000 years ago. So that means the Zonai are 10,000 plus years ago. No! Go away. So, what that means is 10 million... We'll just say 10 million, because that's a nice big round number, right? 10 million years ago, the Zonai fought a great war against all of the evil monsters and denizens of the depths. And they're just like, all right, there's only one way we can ever fight back against the depths, and that was to bring light to the depths. The one thing that pushes back against the gloom, which was the only weapon they had. Because they had the stalemate, right? The people down below were super well defended, and the people up top were super well defended, because each of them couldn't advance on the others. But then the Zonai are like, aha! And they come up with this idea for roots. Yeah, the seed trees, exactly. So they come up with the idea for the roots to add light to the depths, and all of a sudden, the stalemate is broken. The Zonai can now actually advance and claim territory in the depths. All they have to do is move in, install a new seed, move a little bit forward, install a new seed, and bit by bit they could reclaim the depths. And that's why they're there. There you go. There's my off the top of my head reason and explanation. Yeah, the radar's still scrambled. Thanks, game. Where do I buy a house, by the way? Terrytown, again. Okay. I'll have to poke at that soon, because I'm just really sick of having inventory space taken up by things that I don't feel like getting rid of in case I ever need them. Use ascend on what? Oh, okay, I can do it in the very middle. gonna be honest. That did not look ascendable. That really did not look like that was ascendable. Now I'm curious. Yeah, nope, doesn't work here. Damn. Guess that's not gonna work. Yeah, you see what I was thinking there. Damn, too long. But that should work out. Guessing if I hide here. Said that was a little bit too high. Oh, never mind. There we go. Okay. Think like a kobold. That's the idea, Juju's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to even check that, Ross. So let's look at the loading screen, because it's probably going to be in the upper right. Maybe? Yep, 110. It's actually less than I thought, to be honest with you. Although we haven't touched the sky yet. Ah, I keep forgetting to check. I'm so stupid. Okay, I need to remember to check. How many Korok seeds do I still need? About 400, if I was going to go that route. Okay, I'm remembering to check. My infinite power of remembrance. I have met the fashion people. I'd even give it a positive for what you're mentioning right now. There's actually a weirdly large amount of guidance in this game, which I enjoy, especially in contrast to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a whole lot of roam and find it on your own, but here there's NPCs all over the place, including ones just roaming out in the wild, who will say, hey, there's this thing over there. And it's not always MSQ, and it's not always mandatory. It's just they tend to point to a lot of different things, and I love that. Like, there's effectively vector quests everywhere. Speaking as someone who did not love Breath of the Wild, I still agree with you completely. Do I love this game? Well, no. But, do I enjoy this game more? Yeah. I will admit, I probably wouldn't enjoy this game as much if I hadn't duped, to be totally honest about that. Excuse me. Oh, that sucks in Archamaxis, I'm sorry. Yeah, the isolation element was definitely a big vibe in Breath. I even gave it a positive for it. But it also made it pushed it very firmly into coffee territory. Even if Breath, 1 second, Subcom. Even if Breath was somehow magically like a perfect gameplay game, I still probably wouldn't really gel with it because it's just big, empty terrains of death, right? Make a shrine. Make a shrine. Woo! So duping is actually just shorthand for duplicating. It's more or less exactly what it sounds like, but in gaming terms, it refers to any time where you try to take an item and then be like, bug the game out, and then turn it into 2 items, or 3 or 8 or 15 or whatever. Interesting. Yep, we just skipped out on some grind. I estimate we've skipped out on about 3, maybe 4 days of well, I call it grind. It can be argued whether it's grind or not. But whether it is or not, it's about 4-ish days of playing the game that we just skipped out on. Well, that's one way to do it. I missed the other one. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate you. Wasn't expecting the help, to be honest with you, but I'll take it. Not gonna complain. Whoa, whoa, whoa there. Whoa, 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 whoa. I have no healing. God damn it. And we gotta start all over again. Eat these. I get why they made them look like the Sheikah weapons. First of all, it saves on development time, but second of all, they wanted to show that the Sheikah were clearly inspired by the Zonai. I agree with you, though. I mean, it's not like they didn't make the trees look... the shrines look completely... Okay, game! Jesus. Okay. But yeah, they're functionally a recolor. They just do a good job with some of that recoloring. That's all. Yeah, I've heard that too. God damn it. Okay, look, you're just in the way, alright? You serve no purpose in existing. Stop it. I like the spear better, personally. I'm enjoying it, except when it pisses me off. Make of that what you will. game, surely. What has this game added to the overall Zelda lore? Nothing that I'm aware of. Tears has nothing to do with anything. Hell, it barely has anything to do with breath. Yeah, so far we've got aliens, and that's it. I mean, there's the depths, which we know nothing about, but there's the depths. Just another world. Like, breath and tears, of course, are supposed to exist within the same setting. And I've argued several times, and will continue to argue, that Skyward is supposed to be part of the same trilogy, even if there's no direct connection. Or, let me phrase that differently. Even if they do a bad job of connecting Skyward, it feels like Skyward was supposed to be a part of this. Have you noticed how little a presence, for example, the Triforce has? And, of course, the focus on, like, stamina and... God, I don't remember. Like, we were talking about it as we were going through Skyward. How many ways Skyward continued to be an obvious prototype for breath. And yeah, there's a lot of references to Skyward. I mean, obviously there's the, oh, I'll catch you Zelda thing, which is self-apparent. Okay. But again, whether they succeed or not, I do feel like Skyward was supposed to be part of this trilogy. I mean, even the concept of demise and the monsters coming from below the ground to attack the upper world, which led them to go into the sky, still ties up with the idea of the depths and the Zonai, doesn't it? Okay, so they're not restored yet. Okay, good to know. Where am I? MSQ only. Skyward Breath or Tears. Story-wise, I'd probably give that to Tears so far, and I say that having not seen the rest of the story at the MSQ and Tears. Breath's MSQ just is too vacuous, but gameplay-wise is at least interesting. Tears' MSQ so far has been some of the best gameplay the game has offered. Skyward... I was so ready to be done with that game by the time we were getting to the end of it. So yeah, probably Tears first on that list. Skyward has some very good dungeon design. And some very terrible dungeon design. Sometimes in the same dungeon. Biggest positive takeaway from Skyward, other than the dungeon design, which is the answer to your question. I'm going to check my own review document, because I'm actually coming up dry. Hang on a sec. Let's go check Skyward Sword really quick. Let's see. It's true, Dean Badine. No. So obviously level design is the actual biggest. There's some very, very good level design in Skyward Sword. But if I had to pick a second thing, and I forgot about this, and I didn't even remember this when we played it until we went through, it's actually the music. The music of Skyward was much better than I remembered. And did a great job pretty much throughout. Oh man, that's exactly what I was expecting too, Ross. I was like, alright, here we go. Time to fight Ganon Blight. The music's been a lot better in Tears than it was in Breath. I mean, duh, but also just music direction. And yeah, Fi's hips, obvious thing. Yeah, it's much better. I legitimately, anybody who watched my Breath run knows I kept wanting to mute the stream because of how much it was bothering me listening to the music in Breath. That has not been a problem here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hell, the shrine music alone, you know. Okay. Destination is, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Oh, it's right over here. Eee. Again, sand ships. I love sand ships. And yeah, the kind of soft clay look with the greens is a lot less eye-piercing to me personally than the sharp blues and the excessive gloom and fog that the shrines had in Breath. Not at all, D&BD, no. Not counting the DLC stuff. Yeah, the amount of fog, in addition to just being something that is unpleasant for me to look at, in some cases made it actually difficult to see what you were looking at. Especially in the larger shrines, you know, the really big ones. So there has been some reuse of tracks, but for the most part... Oh, this is an interesting sword. For the most part, I haven't really seen a lot of reuse of tracks. I've also noticed that the music on the overworld plays a lot more frequently. I'm sure some of you have noticed that as well. So there's a lot fewer sections of just silence. And then like... And then back to silence. So actual freaking music. The Blood Moon serves the same purpose. I have been told that the... Oh, that's interesting. I have been told that the Blood Moon is on a static timer now, instead of a whenever it's needed kind of a thing. I've noticed we've been using a lot of recall stuff in the Gerudo area, consequently. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it has been interesting. Well, unfortunately, I've been warping around so often that it's kind of hard to really gauge. Yeah, this room's a good example. There's almost no fog in here at all. Which is good. Alright.
헉!
Told you I'd have phone calls today. That's probably not the last one, too. Nobody believes me when I say these things. I actually tried shaving with razors, but unfortunately I shave my scalp. So, have you ever shaved your scalp with razors? Because I have once. I had to throw away that towel because it was so red. What's really funny, so I've said before, not really braggingly, that I have a very high pain tolerance. This is a good example of how that's not a good thing, because I didn't really notice that, you know, I was cut until I was cut. Oh my god, okay, so I found out, sorry, I was watching a video of what the hell, because I could not figure out what I was missing on this stupid stage. Probably distracted by a phone call, but, you know, whatever. Believe it or not, it was recommended Trihexia. I was looking up, like, I was trying to find out different razor solutions for, you know, shaving. And I was like, yeah, I know, use a straight razor for your scalp. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Don't do that. Pro tip. No. Not recommended. 0 out of 10. Yeah, it didn't hurt much. It was just, oh, there's just blood everywhere. Huh. How strange. Oh, well. Yeah, head wounds are the worst. And it's actually funny, too, like, especially when you're a kid or when you're around a kid and they're like, oh my god, I'm bleeding. Everyone's like, it's fine. It's just a head wound. That doesn't make it sound better. No, trust me, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, nosebleed. Yeah, I accidentally cut my head off, and then I bled out for 2 hours. Okay, let's see if I can get this sucker out there. I mean, it's okay, I lived, obviously. Or maybe I didn't, and this was all hell. You know, that would explain a lot of the games I've been streaming. I'm joking. I've streamed too many good games lately to count that. Although I will admit, the Zelda block has been a much more mixed bag than I thought it would be. It's not really a complaint. There's been a lot of great games in the Zelda block, but at the same time, there's been a lot of in the Zelda block. Like, I had no idea the Oracle's games were going to review the way they were. For example. I was actually going to ask what the final cause of death was, Dakota, but I guess even you don't know. Nobody knows what finally killed the headless corpse. Yeah, it's... Who knows? Oh my god, you're right, Anarchomaxis. That's it. That's the secret. Any Zelda game with a death sucks! Wait, that doesn't work. Speaking of which, I feel like I'm one of the only people in the world who appreciated your comment, Zavika. And now you're going to say, which comment? I have to go pull it up because I don't remember the specifics of it. It was up here. Listen, no respect is allowed. No respect. Here it was. Toilet paper being listed as a fixed asset. That was the thing that got a laugh out of me. I mean... Yeah, better not be fixed. Oh, God. It'll be like the old streaming days all over again. I was kind of hoping to finish the majority of these shrines before the lunch break, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Hang on, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 to go down below. And then I have to think about these things. But these things can wait. Although, while we're here, I wanted to check something. So this has a bunch of cool stuff, but the problem is it has a bunch of cool stuff. What I want is fans and steering sticks. Just nothing but fans and steering sticks. Yeah, no, it's a nice feature, Bionic Buck. I like it. And as you can see it from full zoom out here. That is fans and stabilizers. Well, I'll poke at that more later. Let's do this. Yeah, it took me several days to find my first steering stick, and then that was a game changer the moment I did. I like to think that's literally what Link is doing. He's just like... Dum-de-dum-de-doo. What are you doing, Link? I'm waiting for my ride to get to where I'm going. Oh? Weapon I don't want. Yep. Goodbye. I just realized as we're doing this so rapid fire that we're kind of interrupting any blood moons, too. Yeah, I got a couple of light things on me right now. Yeah, I would say this is more dumpster diving than tomb raiding. I mean, certainly we've got some tomb raiding going on. That's more Zelda's expertise. Link goes through the dumpsters, Zelda goes through the crypts. That's a good idea. Let's give a negative for the fact that the game gave me too much stuff. I mean, come on, I already have tier 4 armor and Archemax system. Of I want burritos, should I heat the wraps up? I'm assuming you mean if. I actually recommend cooking the burritos in just a little bit of butter if you have it. Like, just get them on a skillet. Nothing fancy. And then just let them sit there for literally seconds, like 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds, depends on the thing. Just pay attention to it. And yeah, get it a little crisp. If that's too much work, then yeah, just throw them in the oven or the microwave or something. Whoop, that did. Don't mind me. I've been thinking about how to review the shrines. I actually had a pretty good system back in Breath. And actually, we gave quite a few positives to the shrines back in Breath. So what I'm thinking at the moment is we're going to do that, but more. Because the number of piss me off shrines is much fewer tiers than in Breath. And they're much more creative in general. And just generally more fun, too. There have been a couple of stumbling blocks, but I know we've just been chatting about everything else. But I have been paying attention as we go. It's me, of course I have. They are fairly quick. In fact, I think most of them are actually more bite-sized than they were back in Breath. And I do actually think that's for the betterment. Like, I think that was the right call. And yeah, getting rid of the duplicate shrines, the Test of Strength, was a great idea. I will admit I'm not a huge fan of the I can't think what they're called. The naked shrines. But even those, it's kind of infrequent that it's bothersome, you know? Like, look at that. We're already done with this one. Use magnesis, make some circuits. Cool. Fun, interesting, creative. I'm with it. And we're done. In fact, if I check the mark here, that took us about 2 minutes. It's pretty much the definition of that kind of bite-sized content. And yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not going to give a plus to level design for each individual shrine. That's insane. But there's going to be a bunch of positives for these. For whatever that's worth. And a few negatives. Because there have been some piss me off shrines, not going to lie. That's a good question, Bionic Punk. I don't know. Yeah, also no motion control designs. That's a good point. I didn't even realize that, but you're right. We haven't had the shrines. And those weren't terrible in Breath, but I definitely didn't give any positives for those, you know. You know what, that's another thing. You say these are more easily cheesed, but I think that would be better phrased as these shrines are more open-ended. And personally speaking, I actually think it's better puzzle design when the puzzle can be cheesed, when there's multiple ways to go through it. When you could do X, or you could do Y, or you could do Z, or you can do B, or 3, or X, 15, or alphabet, or apple. There's a lot of ways through it, and I like that kind of thing. Like, I don't know. It's hard. It's a weird concept, but the truth is that in my experience, a puzzle that is designed to have only one solution is not a very well designed puzzle. Not necessarily badly designed, just not well designed. I remember something from the last time I did this. Boop. I mean, the problem, Loke, is a cheesy puzzle design and multiple solution puzzle design is kind of the same thing. Like, if I walk into a dungeon with a rocket pack on my back and just climb to the top of a thing, you could say that's cheesing it, but the game absolutely allows that. Everything about the design allows that kind of lateral thinking. If they actually wanted you to not do that, they have plenty of methods to make that happen. And we know this because they actually have. There have been shrines where, for example, the ceiling is right there, so you just slam right into it. And that's the end of that. I mean, quite frankly, yes, TBD, I am. And I'm not even remotely ashamed about that, because I have no reason to be. Can I make it? Yes. Oh no, I don't mean like actually breaking the game kind of stuff. That's a little different. Yeah, I mean just using what the game has on display. Not like the duping trick is not what I'm talking about. That's not the type of thing I'm talking about. I mean, all I did was use what the game gave me by giving culling zones and allowing me to hold items simultaneously and spawning items wherever I'm holding them, depending on what's in my inventory at a given time. Like, the game allowed that. I'm just using the tools of the game. No, that's not what I mean at all. And memory leaks? You gotta work with the memory leaks. Yeah, no. That's different. That is usually referred to as exploiting. But it can also just be called straight up glitching. Yeah, a lot of the cheese that can be done in this game can be done very naturally, that you can just kind of stumble into without even meaning to. And I'm gonna hold off on lunch. I wanna get these last few shrines. Let's get all these shrines done. Bake all this crap into one stream. This will be this VOD will be the Shrine VOD. We'll do something else when we're done. Like, we'll start off by giving ourselves lots and lots of hearts. How many left? I think 8 at this point? 7 or 8, something like that. I mean, no, it's valid because cheesing... cheesing generally just refers to doing something in a non-standard method. Which is a fairly vague definition. Yeah, there's still Sky Shrines, but there's nowhere near as many. We do still have to do the Sky Shrines. That is still a thing. Yep, no, once we get our battery set up, we're going to get to the Sky Shrines. That's pretty much the wait on that. Pretty much the same thing with the depths, actually. Oh, too far. So, for example, I don't even know if this is the intended solution, but a lot of people can and have argued that a lot of the usage of recall is cheesing, like I just did. Don't worry, we're going to have some hover bikes to do it with, Act. I don't believe so, no, in Arkham Exist. I know the shield one. The shield dupe got patched out. Because that was the easiest one to do by far. So, of course they patched that one out. But I'm pretty sure they also patched out the auto-build one. And there was like a third one. That's right, I'm going to cheese even more. I want all the cheese. I want Swiss. Maybe some Gorgonzola. Definitely some mozzarella. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 more shrines. That might be the other one I was thinking of in Arkham Exist. I'm not sure. I didn't do a complete deep dive because I was mostly looking at the one that still works. It's actually quite clever the way they use culling and loading and unloading. This is a weirdly well-optimized game. And again, I give a lot of that credit to the people whose names I can't think of right now. The Xenoblade creators. Because that's what they did for this and for Breath, is they just did a massive optimization pass in the overworld. Monolith Soft. Yeah, no kidding, in Arkham Exist. I've only got 55 of these things. Yeah, that was quick. Quick and dirty, like 30 seconds. It will be done in no time if all of them are like that. Watch, one of these is going to be like this puzzle from hell. I'm never going to figure it out. So let's see, what's my to-do list? I need to find the rest of the Yiga set, which probably means I need to go after Koga, which is depths, okay? I need to get all of the sky shrines, and I also need to find the Zonite armor, which I believe is in the sky. I remember someone mentioning that. Let's see, what else? I think that might actually be it. I'm going to take a lunch break. Don't worry, don't worry. I also need to, of course, increase my charges, which means finding more forges, which also means more exploring the depths. Hey, it's a blessing shrine. The best of shrines. Cool. Wait, I didn't actually mean to do that. Thanks for the spear! I just wanted to show my appreciation. Raru's like, here, take of this spear. And I'm like, sure thing! Sure! Yeah, I also need to find the other bargainer statues. So I need to find the bargainer statues. I need to fight a Gleeok at some point. I need to find the bargainer statues. I need to find the other forges. I need to find Koga. All of that's depths. I need to find the Forgotten Temple. I have no idea where that is. Yes, this spear has been in my wife's family for generations. She has decided to bequeath it upon to you. Thanks! Hey, there's a blood moon trying to happen. That's funny. I'm finishing all the shrines. I want to get all these shrines done in one big bundle. That would be nice if I could literally one-shot bosses, but I don't think I can. That'd be cool, though. And then I could give all the negatives for the fact that I one-shot the bosses, because that's the type of reviewer I am. As we all know. Aww. There we go. I could have climbed, but you know what? I remembered that Ascend exists. Unfortunately, I think I need the boxes up here now. Unless I was to use Rusty Burgers instead of my own cooking. Delightfully devilish, Seymour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is cheese. I'm actually proud of that one. I'm also going to go ahead and say that I didn't know that you could have time rewind happening while doing other things. In other words, you could have two tools active at the same time. That's a bit of a game changer, if I'm being honest. That's going to change how I look at a lot of puzzles now. Yeah, now we know. Now that we're at, like, 5 shrines left. however many it is. What is it? What's the total number of shrines? 150? Whoop, whoop, whoop. No, 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 no. That's actually a good question. How many shrines are there? Total. Whoop. At least I got my arrow back. $152? Okay. Let's see. Hopes for the narrative of War Within. To be able to cheese it just like this. Oh, you mean narratively. Right. Sorry. Gosh, I'm not sure. Let me think about that for a minute. I'll be honest, it's actually been kind of the furthest thing from my mind, so I haven't really been putting any brain power into it. Hopes and dreams. I mean, honestly, the real unmemeing answer at the end of the day is I just want a good story. So, let's see. My biggest hope for War Within is that the MSQ isn't crap. Like, Dragonflight's MSQ started off pretty crap. It got there. It eventually got to be cool, and that's awesome. But the initial launch MSQ was not great. I'm afraid not. Wow, did I just soft lock myself by falling down there? Well, I can't ascend. It's not. Well, maybe it is enough. Over. I was just trying. Oh, hey, that little corner. That little corner. Saved by the corner. What? I'm not even 100% sure what happened there. There we go. As intended. Oh, now I need a key. Oh, that's easy. Whoop, wrong button. Whoa, there. Let's not go over the edge again. Yeah, imagine a giant steel plank just clanging into you. That would probably hurt. That does not sound very pleasant to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would literally kill you. Yeah, that's most likely reality. Okay, that was the optional chest, not the chest I actually needed. Gosh darn it. Good point. Let's do it. Oh, it's already been used. Hang on, what do I have right now? There we go. Perfect. The weapon of champions. Don't think about it too much. See, this is one of the long ones. The game knew. The game was like, oh, you want to be done and then, like, get on with your life? Sucks to be you. Damn, I'm shocked I'm missing that, honestly. There we go. I have the best weapon right now. I have a sugar cube. Okay. Just doing a quick visual glance. Yep, two more. Two more. You know what I mean, right? They put sugar cubes on like a toothpick. I'm not sure why they put it on a toothpick, but they do. Really? 32 left? That's almost entirely in the sky, then. That's a lot. Wow. It's more than I thought. Oh, hey, a breather. See, that's something actually useful. Thank you, game. So there's actually still two that I have not gotten. One requires getting the rest of the Yiga set, and the other is Eventide. Those are the two I haven't gotten on the ground, and haven't unlocked, I should say, on the ground. So that means there's 31, 30, 20, 20. So that means there's 28 in the sky. This is it, other than the 28 left. 30 left. Alright, so what is it? What is the final shrine? Of course it's a naked shrine. Oh. Okay. Okay. Didn't quite swing quick enough. No, that's okay. You know, I actually have no idea, Family Guy. Wouldn't surprise me, though. Yeah, I don't like one-handed weapons. They just attack too slowly. I kind of knew that walking in, but I thought I could hit quite quick enough to stagger them, and I was wrong. Yeah, I tend to disagree with that anarcho-marxist, and I will demonstrate. Demonstration concluded. You can shield, that's true. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't like the one-handed spin. Not really. See, with a spear I can stagger him quickly. That's a new one. Okay. Dual wielding would be pretty cool. If you allowed it. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just ascend. I was gonna try something clever, but honestly, with only 1 health left, I probably should. Let's just do the old-fashioned. Okay. It's only halfway through my lunch break, but we did it. All but 30 of the shrines. Done. I like that that's an accomplishment. There's still 30 shrines left. Oh my god. Whatever. We'll be back to do things that aren't shrines.